Cookies, hello. I thought you were asleep. I'm kind of like that too. I tend to sleep in very short spurts. So this is on Pilgrim, and it's a save I've been working on for several weeks actually. I kind of call it creative mode because it's in Pilgrim, so it's easy. There's extra loot, so really just extra decorations for various things that I've been working on. And today I'm working on what I think is going to be my last one. I've kind of been decorating all over the place in the off hours. That interloper run that I did on when I streamed the other day was kind of the first interloper in a while. I haven't wanted to play my main saves just until they work out all the bugs. I just don't, I don't want to have things be ruined, and there's still some bugs even now. There's items that sink into the floor, or I've had items disappear. Just poofed. So I really don't want to mess with my existing long run. But it's been fun learning how this safe house customization really works. Been going around and raiding various spots for items. Kind of decorating things up. I'm just going to make one thing and then I'll show you what I've got right now. And maybe I'll do a little show and tell with some of the other things I've been working on. So this is Bricklayer's Retreat in Blackrock. We were here before. So this I'm kind of decorating as like a it's essentially, I kind of set up everything as like a sort of a postcard. So I pick one vantage point and arrange everything kind of based on that. Yeah, Blackrock. This is a Pilgrim run, but I've seen way fewer timber wolves than I ever saw in that other one. There's really only one pack that I come across regularly, and it's like 3 wolves. They don't even attack on Pilgrim, obviously. They just run away. So my concept behind this is not really a hunter's, but more just like an outdoorsman, kind of cabin setup, right? I kind of imagining it as like 2 people, maybe even like a couple that are staying here. And, maybe they're hiking around, and, this is just kind of like where they come back to at the end of the day. So it's, there's a lot of, temporary, so I kind of imagine that they've had to hike in. There's a lot of, like, camping locations, in various national parks and such, where there's no, roads or other transportations. You have to hike everything in. So I kind of imagine that this is what they've done. They've hiked everything in, there's only a few furnishings that are basically here, all the time. Like the table and the cupboard and the shelf. And then the fireplace decorations. Actually, I'm going to take this. This doesn't show up very well. And I have this picture that I grabbed earlier. I'm probably going to put it above the fireplace. It's more like this is what they've brought in. So it's very bare bones. They've backpacked everything in, and this is their setup. This is where they come at the end of the day. I've kind of got most of the things. I'm just toying with it, finishing it up. Got a bunch of extra decorations that I've been bringing over. Not sure what to use, but there's some other things I'm gonna that I grab so I can specifically carry them out of here. And there are other items that I essentially use as my tools for. I'm gonna grab this calendar for setting things up. So. Yeah, first time seeing the new furniture. Yeah, I've got a workbench here. There's a good amount of wood around here. Like I said, it's very rustic right now, and this chair doesn't belong here. This is a chair that's really not in the scene. It was here. The cabin is very sparse normally. This chair is here. This is here. The shelf is here, and the bed, of course. When you come here, that's by default what's here. So, but I'm keeping that one kind of out because it doesn't really match what I'm kind of going for. This is supposed to be very rustic, and this looks a little manufactured. Same with the end table here, or cabinet, I guess it's called. And then this will go away. So this is, it's very tight quarters in here, so I kind of have to throw it down so I can craft with it. But this is kind of the shot that I'm going for. In my final step is to take a recording, and I light a fire and kind of capture videos of just a static scene, essentially, with just the fire burning. Maybe with waiting for a storm and get some other sounds going. I usually record with an aurora, things like that. And I've actually been streaming it on a second channel for the last few weeks. Just these little scenes with some Christmas music. Just playing around, trying to learn it. So, yeah. Let's gonna see how this looked in here. If I keep it, I don't really know what to put in it right now. Like I said, it's meant to be kind of sparse, just like, the basics that they brought in with them. So I mostly it's going to be me like, trying different things, testing out. So, if you have ideas, if I maybe missed like something that should be here, or, things like, there's some things that are just impossible. Like it would make sense they would have a first aid kit, and let's say they're hiking in, but unfortunately first aid kits you can't take them from other places and drop them down, and this one doesn't have one originally. This right here, so I've kind of sunk a can into the table a little bit to give it kind of a half height. I've been trying to think of a way to turn this kind of into I don't know what they call them in Sweden, but like a sterno stove or a camping stove. Something where you just heat up like you put some water and some. Yeah. Like a little camping stove, something where you would heat up like maybe a can of soup or maybe a tea or a coffee. You wouldn't really have a coffee maker. I did bring a pitcher, but the more I thought about the pitcher is that it's not something that they would be hiking in. Oh, storm kitchens. Yeah, they're just like little canister with fuel, and you light them. Put your there's like small camping pan that would go over top of it, and you would cook on that, and then it just folds back up, seals, and it's compact for travel. So yeah, I'm probably not going to use this pitcher. There's these little cups, and I've got these bowls. My issue right now is that every time I try to set this up, so these things here are kind of my main tools, and I call them tools because when you put other items on top of them, how about a can of pork and beans? All right, so if you situate an item on top of it, you can move this and very precisely position it. And that's especially important because, let me do this normally. So say normally, this is about as close as you could get this can, right? But maybe I want to arrange things a little tighter, right? With this, I can overlap items. I could have them, almost appear as like one item. I can stack them very close to each other. Maybe if it's a tight arrangement. I've used these boxes as storage in other places. So let's say I want to make it look like they, have a whole box of these. So I could take this box, put one in it, move the other one in it, move this one in it, that, and now, I've got a, organized box. Oh, I didn't fit that very well. I can fix that. Place it back down. There, now it looks like they're all arranged in it. And this is kind of something you see with the, some of the locations when you're normally playing is, the developers, can very precisely control these things. So even though I couldn't necessarily put this right next to these two cans next to each other, the developers can. They have the tools to do that. They can, very finely control things like that. So you see I made like a little pile of chocolate bars here. All of these, none of these would be able to fit next to each other normally. So you kind of have to use these tools. And another use for the tools is basically three-dimensional stacking. So, under normal circumstances, you can only put them somewhat close to each other, but you can't stack them, right? But with these tools, I can, each of these little objects here has some height. So, the bottom of this box has a little bit of height. So if I place this here, let me see how I can compare these. So I put this on the surface. You can see how the can on the left is just a little bit higher than this one. And then, this has a little bit of a thicker height to it And it's actually got this calendar has 2 surfaces that you can use for this purpose. So I can use that part and make it even a little bit higher. I can put this on top of something else and make it even a little bit higher. So I put it on top of the keyboard, and now the keyboard, every iteration comes a little bit higher, and I can even put it on the rungs of this crate here. And then the crate can move that. So I can actually, like, this would make it look like it's hovering. So I just find, depending on the objects that I'm trying to stack up, I just pick the thing with the, with the correct height. And I've actually gotten these cans to stack, pretty precisely, so they look, like they've been arranged. And like I said, these all have, different thicknesses. This box, the box here has an edge on it. So you see the keyboard sits that much above the surface, and then if I put a can on top of it, this might be close. Almost there. Maybe I put these on this. I don't know if I'll be able to take this. No, I can't grab it. But I can grab it probably with the crate here. As long as it's intersecting with these objects, they become like linked. And then you just finesse it a little bit. Oops. Well, that's, that kind of demonstrates. I'm not going to go back through. Oh, that's a little too high. It's hovering. Hey there, Delarafi. Just been explaining how I've been kind of turning the game into a creative mode and using some techniques to do things that you can't normally do with the objects in the game. And my goal here with this is I'm kind of creating a scene in this cabin. It's kind of a hiker's cabin, where 2 people have hiked in and brought a limited number of supplies, and this is kind of where they come to retreat after they're doing their hiking or their mountain climbing, maybe at the end of the day. So, do you want to see some of the other scenes that I've made? Wouldn't be practical to walk there, but they're all still set up in this world. But I have short videos. Do you have like a favorite location? Because I might have been there. Oh, I know what your favorite location is. It's probably the camp office. So no surprise there. But you got to name somewhere else. I can't show you my camp office. That one I'm still working on. What region is it? Maybe I'll help you out. Are you thinking the Angler's Den, or there's a house up there? I might have what you're looking for. I actually have two different decorated locations in Ash Canyon. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. Shelf here. Oh, that's fine. I might be able to find it here. Just give me one sec. I gotta pause the game. Load in media source here. Should have thought about this ahead. This was kind of a spur of the moment thing. I was going to work on this anyway, so I thought I'll just throw the stream on. Maybe talk about it. Alright, so Ash Canyon. So this is the larger cabin that you go on the way to the mine, or coming back from the mine. It's in Miner's Folly. There's like a smaller cabin that just has bunk beds in it and is kind of broken down, and then there's this one. That's Freeing Place. All right. Pretty much all of my places that I've been doing have fireplaces. So I've been kind of decorating all the places that have fireplaces. This was, I think, the fourth place that I decorated. I was really just kind of, figuring out this stuff. My idea was this one. What I was trying to go with this one was that it was kind of a custodian shack. Somebody that was, that stays throughout the off season and just does like maintenance. So like some guy that just lives throughout the winter by himself, keeps things running. So he's got his, tools. He can fix any, any mechanical problems. The whole concept is I'm trying to, we play the game and we're playing basically like in a dead world, right? So I've been trying to kind of imagine what it was like before. What were these places, designed for? So that's this one. I have another one in the same zone, Ash Canyon. It's called Homesteaders. Oh wait, I gotta show you before. I might as well show you the other views. So I do, like I said, I do a recording of the location in daylight, and then at nighttime. Has a slightly different vibe to it. then, of course, you gotta wait for an aurora to kick in. See what it looks like then. And these are great because if you play long enough, the color in the window and on both the left and the right, right now it's kind of a greenish. Let me skip it ahead a little bit. You get all these cool different colors throughout the aurora. It just looks great, and it just very subtly changes. This recording is about 15 minutes long, and I just have it, just cycles through. There's a nice yellow. I love this. This one I'm really happy with, even though this was like one of the earliest ones I did. I would stay here. This is probably the one that I would stay in. So let me pull up the other one in Ash Canyon. This is called Homesteaders. I think the other place is called Foreman's Retreat. This one I did just before the other one. So you can kind of see where I'm kind of, I think getting a little better. Some of them are misses, I think. They're okay, but, some of them are misses. And I might go back in and retouch them. The very first one I did, I went back and retouched. Because I just was learning so much more, and I found more objects that would fit into it better. That's what it was when you get there. When you visit this place, the rope is sometimes under the bed, sometimes behind the chest or near the chest, and sometimes it's just hanging on that hook. And I thought I was really lucky with that. So I made use of it. You can, if the rope is hanging on the hook, you can actually move the hook itself, and the rope will move along with it. So normally this is hanging, the door is to the left. It's kind of off screen behind that chair. That's the door, the entrance door, and that's where it's normally hanging right next to that. So I just brought it around, and I just thought it was cool. But it doesn't really fit. Like, to me, the rope doesn't really fit with the suitcase. I would go back and retouch this, but I kind of wanted to make use of like the items that were there already, right? Because, like I said, I'm trying to imagine how this place was before the apocalypse. So they don't really fit together, but yeah. And show you the aurora. Unfortunately, I didn't really catch the windows in this to really get that light, very visible. So this is much more static. Like I said, this was the third location that I did. All right. What else can we check out? I'll show you kind of a before and after. You'll know this place because it's Mountain Town. So this is the first one I did. set grandmother's chair back up, and I was kind of imagining the happier times. Mm-hmm. I figured her chair would be in the same place. And then what I did, like I said, I went. This was the very first one I did, and it was I felt it was very basic. So I went back after looking for some more objects, and redid it like this. Yeah, the crib is really nice. Yeah, I don't know if you can. Let me go back to the daylight. You can kind of see the teddy peeking out through the crib wall there. This I went back into this. This was, if you notice the books on the coffee table, this is when I kind of had just learned the stacking method that I showed you earlier. So I did the books and the little bowl of the bowl on the table behind the couch. I kind of just figured it out. But of course I had to keep her rocking chair in it. Alright, let's go to Mystery Lake. This is the overlook that you can see from the camp office. Yep. And this one I was kind of imagining this was like a like a two-person lookout crew, that doing their job, watching for fires, things like that. They've got the rifle for defense, because there can be bears and other dangerous wildlife even before the apocalypse. And one guy posted a little picture of his house back home. Now the rifle, if you find this particular shelf, there's also another shelf that has 2 rungs to it. You can put the rifle on it. So if you have a rifle, you can actually place it right on that shelf. The radio, they've got a radio. I forget where I dragged that from. It was not here. It was pretty far away though. I think it was from Bleak Inlet. I basically visited all the base regions and looted the main areas and took all the good decorations, and so there's a lot of mixing and matching. Oh, for sure. My favorite new thing in this one is the bucket of coal next to the fireplace. Because I'd really figured out this whole arranging thing, stacking things with 3 dimensions, and I was really happy with how that turned out. And of course you gotta see this with the aurora going, of course. When the aurora's on, it gives the fire such a neat glow to it. Almost adds like a Instagram filter to it. I love it. Yep, I like it. I think it's all business. They've got their one electrical hookup with everything that runs on electricity is on that one little table, so they could plug in their toaster or their coffee maker. But then they've got this 360-degree view of the park. Go to Pleasant Valley. I know you know Pleasant Valley a little bit. This one I really wanted to use, Molly's house. Although I have a theory that Molly did not live there originally. I think she's a squatter, because she's really squirrely. I don't trust her. I don't trust anything she says. But I really wanted to use this room in like this vantage point. This one was a hard one to kind of orient, because I really wanted to use this room because it has this window nook. If you ever go in there, by the table, there's these bay windows, and there's kind of a breakfast nook. Oh yeah, Molly. Don't trust what Molly says. So I really wanted to use this breakfast nook area as a setup. And I don't know, for some reason I put the computer office, because I hadn't done anything with with a desk, And this, this seemed like a place somebody might remote work from. So I set up a desk to do that. I am bringing a better chair for this location. I found a really nice office chair that's pretty unique, and so I'm actually going to truck it here from Blackrock and put it there eventually. But it's 5 kilograms, so when I'm done here, I will. I'll be trucking it there. There's also a really unique lamp in Blackrock that I might switch out. I kind of like that extendable lamp, but I've got another desk lamp that might fit there a little better. And I don't know if shoot, I switched it too soon. The cooking pot on the table, I don't know if you noticed that it's steaming. I discovered that if you what I did there is I just put the pot on the fire and had it boil water, and you drag it directly from the fireplace to the table, and it just stays steaming forever. So I thought that made like a really cool effect. And then the little round things in there, like a soup or whatever it's supposed to be, is those are acorns. Prepared acorns are in there, and I just kind of merged the two so that it looks like there's a soup or something. Hey, Filiokus. We are doing a little tour of my decorating that I've been working on the last couple weeks. I had a plan to do something like this before the patch dropped. But, considering they released the safehouse customization, it just exploded a lot of the possibilities. So I've been really kind of taking advantage and kind of learning how these things work. Alright, and then I'll go to another location. This one also in Pleasant Valley. Maybe you can guess what other location I'm going to here. Nope, that's not the right one. I'll stay on this one. This is not. I grabbed the wrong file. This is actually in Coastal Highway. This place. That's me. That's what I've been doing. It was kind of a combination of me not only figuring out just doing the decorating thing, figuring out how to arrange stuff, but also figuring out how OBS works. I had not toyed with OBS in like 5 years, and even then it was just to do some recording. Um, so I was trying to figure out how to get it done. A little bit, like it's so minor. Like hardly anybody ever watched it, but I've been running it, and so I'm doing a tour today. I'm kind of finishing up the last location I want to put on there in the game, and take the next few days off doing it because it is kind of stressful. I've kind of put myself on a very fast pace. I've got a bunch of locations that I've been doing, kind of a new one each day. Yeah, that was me. But this one I was kind of imagining it was just a big family with a bunch of all the accumulated stuff that a family has. I did this cool little centerpiece there with the wolf statue, and those are what's underneath the statue is just a normal plate with an arrangement of tinder. So the same tinder you would make from a stick, and I just arranged like a little star pattern and then moved the carving on top of it. Of course. I mean, yeah. There's 2 hockey sticks in the game. As far as I know, there might be more, but I brought these from Blackrock, and I knew I wanted to do some sort of setup with them. Unfortunately, they're very limited. You can only put them on horizontal surfaces. You can't put them on a wall. I was going to do this cross design up on a wall, but right now you can't do that. So I figured a table would be the next best place for them. They don't really fit, but there are still limitations. But I thought it was cool. It'd be nice, yeah. Then in the background, you got a big dining table set up for dinner. This I made just before they put the Christmas lights in, and so this room would definitely have Christmas lights. If I were to go back there, I'd bring them and set it up with that. Alright, so let me get the one I actually intended, the other location in Pleasant Valley. The community hall, doing community hall things. Oh, this is hang on, this is actually an earlier version. Let me pull up the proper one. So you can see like some changes I made to it. This one was after they put the Christmas lights in. You can actually find the Christmas lights there. They're not in this particular arrangement, but they're in this room. Oh yeah, Father Thomas, he's hosting this is a Christmas sing-along, So you got, someone there in the front leading with a microphone, closest thing I could find that looked like a microphone sitting on the stool. And you got drinks and snacks in the background. You got the lights, you got maybe Father Thomas himself playing at the piano, leading just a little sing-along. This one is has been a lot of work. I'm not going to sing, so I can't sing that line, Filiokus. This one is actually a lot of work because this room normally only has, I think, 3 of these folding chairs that are actually set up in seated position. There's a ton of them, and you can kind of see them behind the table, underneath the posters, that are stacked up, right? There's a ton that are folded up in this. So I made a stack there of like extra chairs because he doesn't know how many people are going to show up, right? So there's tons that are folded up, but there's not many that are unfolded in seating position. Like I said, about 3, I think, in this room itself. So I had, and these are 4 kilograms a piece. I've had to drag these from all over the place. Some locations have like one of them, some have multiple. And there's actually 2 more that I'm bringing from Blackrock. So there's going to be 2 more set up. I might not redo this one because I think it's fine as it is. Adding 2 more chairs really wouldn't add much to it. I might put one in the foreground or something, but I want the chairs there in case I ever redo this for some other purpose. I really want all the folding chairs in this one location. And let me show you this one with the aurora going, of course, because it lights up the lights. Yeah, I love this. And I don't know if you were in earlier, Filiokus, but I pointed out that when I record for the aurora, I actually take a very long recording so I can get the different colors of the aurora coming through the windows. So I'm going to kind of skip in little increments. You can kind of see the color of the windows changes. I think it's just great. And of course, these are videos. They're not infinite videos, and they play on repeat all day. So I kind of have to record long enough to where I can get a nice place to splice the ends together, essentially, so that it's on repeat, and you don't really notice a big jump in the colors or the way the fire looks, things like that. It's really hard in some of the day shots because no matter how short you make some of the day shots, if you've got like a beam of light coming in through the window and you see the sunlight hitting the floor, that sunlight is moving. It's not very fast, but it is moving. So even if I take, let's say, a 60-second recording, the ends don't splice together very well. So I usually have to wait either, early in the day, late in the day, whatever it takes to get the sun to not do that. And of course, all this, this has, I don't have the Christmas music playing, but these have some Christmas music going along with them. Really fits the mood. All right, what are some of the more exotic locations? I'm going to show you one I'm not very happy with because I discovered late. Basically, as soon as I lit the fire, I discovered there was a major problem with this location, and you'll see it right away. This is basically a fisherman shack, and he's right there just in his main room processing his daily catch. He mounts the good ones on the wall, and so he's got a huge collection of mounted fish. Even the fish rug that I drug from someplace all the way here. But the problem with this one is that it's not a normal fireplace. It actually is one of those ring pits. I forget what they're called, but it's a fire pit. And so the smoke, unlike all the normal fireplaces, doesn't come out very well. It just kind of explodes out of it. Doesn't go up the chimney. So I discovered very late after I set this up and lit the first fire that this was a problem. I mean, I put a pitcher in the front of the fire, hoping maybe it would kind of look like steam instead of just pure smoke. But yeah, I was very disappointed. Kind of broke my heart because this one was it actually took a lot to set this up. I had to bring a lot of stuff into this. This is a very normally very sparse location, and there's another cabin I could have used. This is the cabin that's kind of I know you don't know Bleak Inlet very well games, but Philiokus might. This is the one that's right when you come down, you come through the ravine and come down the rope from the lookout. It's a cabin that's right in that area. There's another cabin that's down by the coast that I could have used, but it had a lot of features that just didn't match with what my vision was for a for a fisherman's processing location. There's no mods, and when I go back to the normal game, I'll show you some of the techniques I've been using to arrange these items. Because you can actually manipulate items with pretty good precision. For instance, like laying all the fish in that box right by the bench. There's a box on the ground, so there's a bunch of different varieties of fish in there. He's got his fishing tools and stuff in front of him. So I've got some techniques that you can use with. There's no mods. So I just gather them in vanilla, truck them where they need to go. I do this in Pilgrim just to have, first of all, a lot of loot to play with, and also just to not have any hassles with the wildlife. The big challenge with this is just hiking stuff in back and forth, cutting wood to make all these. Some of these things take a lot of wood to make. Yeah. Yeah. This is kind of like the creative outlet that I know I won't be able to do even on Interloper. It actually takes a lot to sit outside and cut a cedar brand or cedar limb for 45 minutes. You're going to get cold, you're going to be vulnerable to attacks, things like that. Like, this isn't something you would normally do, and if you got to cut 10 cedar limbs just to furnish a house, and a bunch of fir limbs, it's not very practical. So if I'm going to get a creative outlet, I got to do it in this way, because I'm not going to probably be able to do it in Interloper. And then some of the items are just super heavy, and you need to drag them very far distances. It's a whole thing. I maybe if you're like this could be like the one of the solutions to long run boredom on an Interloper. Maybe not setting up even this many locations. Maybe you just set up one really nice one with the specific items that you're looking for. All right, what else? Broken Railroad. Now this is the hunting lodge, so it's a hunting lodge. You can't really change that. You got to do what it tells you to do. So this is a big game hunter. This is actually one of the few locations that actually fits this bear rug. The bear rug is gigantic, and it weighs 12 kilograms. I crafted one for one location. I didn't realize it was this big. It literally would not fit in the location I wanted it for. Yeah, 12 kilograms. You're much better off carrying the two hides where you need to go, right? Because it's a bear hide and a deer hide that makes this. Yeah. But I had already made it, and I was damned if I was going to let it go to waste. So I drug this huge thing all the way to Broken Railroad and put it here. So I love this. He's got his little bench in the background. This one I actually reused the furniture bench because it actually worked perfectly for processing game. He's got a rabbit up there with some guts and a little strip of meat. Very few practical furnishings because this guy is he's just a hunter. Yep, this is the spear. This is a great big room to decorate. Like if you were to do this, like this would be a really fun location. If you were gonna like fully decorate a place, this would be a fun location because it's a big room, lots of possibilities. There's a lot of furniture in this house that you can't craft, so because there's there's old furniture in the basement. There's a bunch of furniture that's up in the second floor in the bedrooms. Things that you can't make yourself. So this could be a really fun one to just fully decorate and you just live here. This would be just your home. And that's it, I think. That's all my locations except for the one I'm working on now. And like I said, this is going to be the last one that I make for the YulelTLD or YulelogTLD channel. Because I want to not worry about this on the actual week of Christmas. I can just run it and have all these scenes playing through. Most of these rooms took 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 play sessions to really do. A lot of that is there's a reason I wouldn't normally stream this because a lot of it is just boring. Like you're cutting wood, you're grabbing items from one location and dragging them 3 regions over. I kind of have a central hub at the camp office where I stop by, drop off, and exchange decorations, and then take them to where I, was going to finally set them up. I do have a separate thing that I'm doing at the camp office. It's not quite done yet, but I'll show it off when it is, because I think it's going to be fairly cool. But it's much more involved, and it's not really like a Yule log thing. It doesn't have a fireplace for one, and the thing that I'm doing with it isn't really homey. Okay, I need a life. No, I need a life. Who does this? Who just goes around decorating? But yeah, so I'm gonna finish up that camp office in the off hours. Oh. I'm still not going to sing it, though. Make Games and Cookies sing it. I think she'd do a better job. They'd throw me off Twitch if I tried to sing. Plus, I'm way too self-conscious. I'd fake an internet outage like you did today. Oh! Got him. Yeah, I wouldn't make us sing either, Games. We want to have your voice nice and ready for your baking stream, right? Nice weather. Yeah, so this is what I'm working on now, Filiokus and Delarafi. I'm not sure if you saw all of this by the time you got in. But this is kind of the last room I'm setting up. The concept here is that this is kind of a hiker's retreat. This is built out in the wilderness, and the only supplies are brought in, other than the basic furnishings, are just what you can hike in. And this is just kind of where you come at the end of your day, visiting nature. I'm sure you know this location, Filiokus. And I'll test you right now. You should have enough. And let me set up my little demonstration again. Show you how I arrange these objects. I describe these as my basic tools. There's a lot of things you can use, but I really like these because they are simple shapes that I can, they're very lightweight to carry around, but they kind of have a lot of benefits to them for what I do. So under normal mode, let's say you got these two cans, you want them next to each other. You're limited by the game, right? You can only get them this close together, right? It's not Mountaineers. Mountaineers has a working door. If it's too dark, I will let me sleep till day. Once you see the outside, you'll know where it is probably. It is the same basic structure as Mountaineers, but like I said, Mountaineers has a normal door. This is what's outside. Nope, it's not in a DLC. It's I'm doing this on non-DLC, so. Does this help? Moose cabin. This actually, yeah, there was prior to the Wild Dice refresh, there was a moose that lived right here in this area. Blackrock, yep. This is actually a very important location. If you're ever in Blackrock, this is guaranteed matches in this. It's called Bricklayer's Retreat. It's really close to the entrance and exit to Timberwolf Mountain. That's just down this way. There's a road. You just follow it a little bit, and then a rose climb that goes up to the cave that takes you to Timberwolf. But yeah, super important location in Blackrock because it has guaranteed matches. But anyway, on to my tools demonstration here. So these can't normally be brought closer together. Even if you're in safehouse mode, you can't normally put these items together. But any item that you, certain items, when you put them next to others, they kind of lock together, right? So if I bring this into the area of this smaller box, I can actually move this with pretty fine control. And I can put these right next to each other. I can even merge them and overlap a lot of the times. And as long as it stays green, then I'm good. So if this turns red, that means I can't place it where I want to. So there I've merged peach, pork, and beans. Yeah, I remember you mentioned your hiatus. So what you can also do with some of these is you can actually give kind of a 3D effect. So this keyboard, for example, has a very basically everything has a height to it. So even this box, if I place something in the bottom of the box, there's a slight height difference. So I don't know if you can kind of tell. Now the can on the right is very slightly higher than the other one, and if I drop it and then take the box away, they stay at that height difference. And then the keyboard has a slightly bigger height difference. You can combine them. So if I put the keyboard on top of the box and then move them next to each other like that, I get a very big height difference. And if I put, this calendar has got another, very thin amount of difference. So if I put these three together and line things up properly, I didn't line it up perfectly, but if you take them away, got 2 stacked cans. And so, what you can do with that is, I can arrange a lot of these objects. Is basically you can arrange them however you like. 3 dimensions, overlapping, stacking. This pile of chocolate bars, there's kind of 2 below, and then there's one just very slightly higher in the pile, so it looks like it's sitting on the other 2. Tallest bean can stack. Yeah. I'll give you a hint on what I'm what I'm doing at the camp office. I posted a picture in the Discord of a big pile of dog food, and these 2 are going to go with me and add to the supply that I have there. So then, what you can do is you've got this. Oops, I'm in the wrong mode. Where'd it go? Once these are stacked, if you can, they're merged together, so I can move this whole stack over, and do a little stack here on the shelf, and then get rid of the box. And there you go. So I used a similar technique with this recycled can. I actually sunk it into the table rather than stacking it. It's like I'm trying to design a portable camping stove with this, so that it looks like they maybe do a little bit of of light cooking on this. Maybe they're dehydrated camping meals or whatever they have. And then, gonna do a few little touch-ups to this place, kind of figure out, some other things to do. Get a stack of firewood going, so that they're ready for cold nights. This crate is interesting because you can put objects. Let me get the keyboard, for example. You can put objects on the lip of each of these ledges, and so you kind of you can get one height by putting it on the bottom of the crate. A different height if you put it up on the top, and then you can move the whole thing over. So I don't know, maybe I have this weird can sticking up here. Yeah, there. Now I've got a floating can for whatever reason. And there's a bunch of neat interactions with objects. Some objects are completely broken. Like, there's just no 2 words about it. Like, some objects are just completely broken in this game still, as far as the decorations. So, but, I've been finding it fun. Figuring out how to make these things all kind of work together. So, and as soon as I can figure out how to make this sterno can work, my current problem is that everything I try, so I can kind of get this bowl up there. I haven't tried this yet though. Yeah, see, every time I take it, for some reason the bowl sinks in. It like drops essentially. And it might just be, some interaction with the table. Maybe the table, rather than having its surface be what's visible, the surface as defined might be this level right here, and that's why it's dropping down. I just have not been able to figure out how to keep anything up there so that it works. Bottom half of the lantern with a cooking pot merged halfway through. It would need a lid. I mean, yeah, I don't know if anything really matches the, the cooking pot's so black. I'm not sure what would really match this as a lid. Certainly nothing I have here. I might be able to get the lantern to stick through there. So what you're thinking is hide the bottom portion of the lantern. This is a great idea. If I can get this to work, it means I could light the lantern and it would look like it's cooking. Like what I was imagining before. I would have no method of lighting it so that it looks like it's actually doing the cooking. This could actually work if I can get this in here. I think it would need to be up a little bit. What can I put it on? It's tilted. See, even the carpets, this carpet in particular has essentially, like, it's got this ripple in it. So even the carpet is a little bit three-dimensional. So maybe I can find a good place for it. Yeah, the paint cans are still broken. I can't quite get this. Everywhere I put it, it's tilted. Let me get rid of this. Let's try it on a pillow. Might be sticking up a little high, but I could give it a shot. Wish I could do something about the handle. Ooh, if I can get that right there, that would look really good. Something a little thinner. Break out my toolbox. It's a little too thin, even if I were to get it there. How's that, you think? A little lower would be better. It's too low. Too high. That might be about the best I can get it. The handle really looks weird. Oh, I accidentally picked up the peanut butter. Oh well, that can go. That's easy to fix. Yeah, it's just really interesting how these objects, they are kind of sticky to each other. I'm not sure what about the game makes it like that. Like it's really weird that this works. Oh, I can't. Shoot. Shoot. So I always pick, a certain vantage point where I want to take my videos from. So this is what I'm looking at right here. How does it look like with the pot though? Well, the pot if I can get this to stick, let me try this. Yeah, there we go. So now that's stuck in place. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get off me. So that's stuck in place. We'll see what the pot looks like. This might not be high enough. I don't know, the lantern almost looks like a lid by itself. This might work. Let me see if this bugs out when I take this away. Nope, it's stuck. It's good. Of course, I would need to repeat all of this after lighting the lantern, but at least if I know the steps, I can kind of do it quickly, and the lantern will last long enough for it to work. I've got a ton of fuel here, even if it doesn't go right away. I don't know, thoughts? I'm trying to think if there's a better angle that it looks more correct. I hate that the handle is angled like that, but there's really no going around it. It does have the benefit of being able to light it and there being an actual flame right underneath it. Yeah. Alright, well I think that might solve it. Fuel that lantern. I've got multiple full lanterns plus these tons of extra lantern fuel actually. So this could be fine. Yeah, it might look good. Let me try it. Yeah, this is good. I can leave the pot there. That's nice. See, it was box on the corner. Lantern on the corner of the box. Move the chair in place. Can't really see. Almost. Sometimes I have to play with the perspective a little. Since I'm only looking at it, I'm only recording it from one direction. It doesn't really matter how it looks from the others. It just has to look right from this side. What do you think? A spoon, you say? Or spatula? That actually, that was a great idea. That was a really great idea. I didn't even think about that. Alright, please do not mess up. Alright. So, I might have to redo this, but I'll leave it going for now. What's really annoying is that these chairs, they do not fit all the way underneath. These are the rustic chairs that you craft, and it's the rustic table, but they don't fit together. They actually have to sit a little further back. Whereas these chairs work just fine. They can't even go in the middle of it for some reason. It does create a lot of light. Let me see it with a fire. Oh, I need some wood. Yeah. The chairs, unfortunately, they're really big. Like a rug doesn't work. Where's my... I can try the calendar. I mean, they might be slightly elevated. Yeah, see, it doesn't... It's really trial and error to figure out what objects will be sticky with each other. Rugs don't usually work that way. Let me try it though. Yeah. Lantern does make a lot of light. It actually kind of overwhelms the fireplace, actually, because of the shadows. It's better with the shadows off, probably. Because I'd like it if the room looked like it was lit more from the fireplace than from that lantern, but it's so bright. Let me see. I don't know if the lantern, if it'll last that long, but since the safe house customization, it does a save point when you exit the safe house customization. You can actually like use that to your advantage. So if I just fast forward, till it's nighttime. I don't know if the lantern will last this long. I might have to redo it. Yeah, lantern going out. Okay, I might have to reload. So like I said, with the saving, if I don't like something, if it's wasted fuel, or I can always just since I didn't do a save, I can always just reload it and go back. So I will fast forward to night and see what it looks like. I'm not going to set everything up. This is just to take a look at how it looks.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
I don't know, I like it. I think at night I might actually just turn leave the lamp off, because it doesn't really make sense that they would be cooking at night. And it looks very bright. Like, it doesn't look like night. I can turn the shadows back on. But yeah, they're just too harsh. The lantern is just too bright. Obviously the chair shadow won't be there, that big one, but all the rest will. So like this harsh shadow on the window, etc. It just blasts the fire. I don't know that I can do too much with the pot, because the pot isn't actually, like, the pot isn't blocking any shadows there. If I were to make it a little bit lower, I could, but then we'd lose that little flicker of flame. It'd get covered up by the pot, so it wouldn't even look like it was lit. I mean, maybe if I can I even get the pot? Let me see what it looks. I don't even think the pot blocks the light when it's directly covering it. No. Yeah, so the pot is actually transparent. Which is why there was no shadow on the ceiling from the pot, which also makes it look really unnatural. So I think the best option is to leave the shadow setting off. I can try turning them on and maybe low. It's really subtle. You can not really, you can only very lightly tell that the shadows are even on. But that might be just enough. Yeah, that might work. It's a very subtle shadow. It's mostly a shadow of the table. It's kind of in the wrong direction, though. Maybe that's because of the low quality setting. See, that just brings back the harsh ones. So this has to stay on low. I don't really see much of a difference there. So that's ultra. And this is low. I can't even see a difference there. Yeah, it would be nice if there were, if you could get, some kind of cross shadows. Like, I would like to see, like, a very light shadow, from the sternum, like, on the window here. So I'd like a really light shadow from the sternum here, and then, like, a secondary shadow, from this light source. But I just don't know that the game engine can do that. I don't think it's that sophisticated. Because the next level up, you just get the very harsh shadow. Let me see what the difference on Ultra is. It's a more subtle shadow. Yeah, it's not as harsh. You can kind of see there's kind of a gradation to the shadow. So it's not as harsh, but it's still harsh, if that makes any sense. It just overwhelms the room too much. And I've had to do this on other rooms. That's my shadow setting has been off more often than not.
I would drink almost anything about now.
But low gives this little dark circle, which isn't too bad. At least there's some variation in it, and you'll only see this much of it. So you won't notice that the shadow is not actually in the correct orientation, that it's not coming as far this way as it should. Yep. Yeah. I think this is just how it'll have to be. I'm going to reload back to my save. I do wish I'd brought or been able to find a smaller spoon. I don't think I have one here. I could go looking for one, but I don't know that it'll make that big of a difference. Maybe if I put this on the other side of it, hide the big flat part with the pot itself. Yeah. It doesn't have to look good from this angle. It just has to look good from this. Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do it. Hello, good morning, Wildine. Is WoW there a reference to Warcraft? I have been known to play some Warcraft too. Yeah, I don't know. That spatula doesn't look great. It needs to be smaller. No, it just doesn't look right. Whoa. So what are you playing now? Long Dark? Yeah, I really need a smaller spoon. There's definitely something, and this really blends in, like it's a very... It doesn't look like anything really from this line, it just looks like a stick. I do need some proper silverware in this game though, rather than these wooden spoons and spatulas. I don't know, what do you think? Leave it there, or go without? Yeah, Indy looks good. I mean, just from the trailer, but looks like a really nice. Yeah, I might be able to take a quick trip down to Timberwolf Mountain and get a smaller one. I think I have an actual spoon down there. It'll be slightly smaller. I wouldn't mind making the trip just to grab it, but I don't think it's a big deal either way. But yeah, the trailer for Indigo's looks really nice in the trailer. And if it's got a good story, then it's free on Game Pass, so it's hard to pass up. Might as well play it while it's available. Yeah, I don't like the color contrast with the bowl either. Just like blends in. This kind of drab color. This green one stands out though. I put this more to the center, this more here. I can with the cooking pot. I can actually do that. In one of the videos I show, I'm not sure if you were in. I have a cooking pot on a table that has steam rising out of it. What you do is you boil water on the fireplace, or boil anything really. So you could have a colored liquid in it, and then if you take it directly from the cooking slot over to wherever, it will actually stay steaming forever. And I can probably do that for this. So I can cook something in the pot, that looks looks like what we want to do. Let me show you that effect, 'cause I'm not sure if you were here for it, but maybe we can brainstorm some ideas on what to cook. What would they be cooking in this place? Would it just be tea? Would it be like a prepackaged dehydrated meal? All right, so let me fit this to window here. So this is what I did in the farmhouse in Pleasant Valley. Is I made, what kind of looks like a soup, some kind of stew maybe. And that one is, like I said, it's the boiling water, and then I just kind of move in and overlap a pile of prepared acorns, and that's what got me that effect. But I think it's really cool just because it stays steaming the whole time. So I could definitely do something like that. I mean, I have on hand, I've got some stew. I could do prepared reishi, and it would look like little sliced up, things. I can combine items, so I could, I can do like prepared birch and this, and just look like it's multiple stuff. So with like the 3D, it wouldn't quite fit, but I can, like I said, it's a matter of perspective, so I can actually hide the part that doesn't fit. It's a little too tall. and that's a little too tall. Where's my keyboard? Maybe some combination there. Let me get the boiling effect though. I'm going to reload. A cutting board. I thought there was one here, so I didn't bring one, but I could not find it. I could go back and get a cutting board. I'm not sure if it fits with the hiker thing. They might bring a small cutting board, and there is a small cutting board model. There's like a small square one, or there's like a larger rectangle. I might be able to find that. Oh my god, I forgot I still have this media source on. I'm sorry, you didn't see anything of what I was doing. I'm not a good streamer. I never said I was. Let me try to think if I saw a cutting board nearby. There might be one in Blackrock. I might just pass on it. I could put the ingredients just right on the table. Maybe they have a knife. Sure, I have a knife here somewhere. Yep. I am going to move this towards the middle of the table though. Yeah, I've got cans of pretty much everything, and I don't even have to show the label, so I could turn the label around so that we don't know that it's dog food. I mean, we would know, but like maybe not everybody would recognize it. But I can't use the dog food. I'm saving that for. This is going with the going with me pile. That's special, something special. Yeah, but I got all the other cans here. Could definitely open one and put it there. I do like the fresh ingredient thing because it kind of makes me think, that they've been out in the field, gathering stuff. So, they've on their hike they pick these mushrooms and now they're cooking them. Get out of the way. You will go where I want you to go. Always cook with dog food. Yum, 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 as games would say. Yep, so we can have, you know, like one little bit here that they're prepping and then one that's on the stove cooking. Let me start this.
Perfect.
I think I might actually look better with a red. Your normal Rishi tea is kind of yellowish. It doesn't really match with the color, but this red color with hello. Oh, it doesn't work with the. It doesn't work with reheating. Let me. I could even do like a mixture of, you know, some rose hips. So. Rose hips kind of look like cherry tomatoes a little bit when they're prepared like that. Water. Dang it. Maybe this trick only works with water. Yeah. Well, that's disappointing. I'm actually just going to cook a few extra things of water because I'm going to need them just for survival out here. Alright, so we're going to have more or less the watercolor. I could just do the melted snow maybe. Take a look at it. Yeah, the non-potable. That way it's not as clear as your normal water, but so it kind of looks like something cooking. Although with this we've kind of got a lid effect going with the top of the lantern, so maybe it looks like a lid and it's just kind of steaming out the sides. So maybe that won't really matter. Won't matter what color it is. I'll give that a shot. Yeah. That did it. Nice idea. Thank you. So there we go. What? Now I gotta get this back to the right height. I can't remember what I used to get it to the right height. I'll have to wait. I'll set up the lantern first. I just love that it keeps the steaming effect. It just looks so neat. Yeah, see, now I almost want it without the lid. Now I think it'll look weird. Oh, come on. I can't get it. Wait, she went to get ice cream without us? Are there any really unique ice cream flavors to Scandinavia? Fix that. This is really rough because every time I drop it in slightly the wrong position, I have to redo this whole setup. A lot of this positioning is really delicate. It's probably less fun to watch than it is for me to try to do. Dang it. I'm just going to leave that there because I think I'm going to have to redo that a little bit. So it's turned the wrong way. Raspberry licorice. That does sound different. My favorite is one that is not often made. You can pretty often get strawberry cheesecake, but I really like blueberry cheesecake ice cream. But it's not made very well, very often. It's usually like a special flavor that certain companies put out for a little while. But any cheesecake is better than none. We are making a stew. You had blueberry cheesecake ice cream last week. You're lying. You're just saying that to torture me. I know you are. That's what I choose to believe, at least. I that is a universal truth. If Confucius had cheesecake in his lifetime, he would absolutely agree. That's too high. If it's true, then I'm flying to Sweden. Blueberry dog food? Actually, I joke, but I think there are brands of dog food that have blueberries in it. Oh, there we go. There's that. That's the right height. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Oh, man. Maybe it's a little high. I don't know if I can get it much closer than that. Yeah, I think over here we have brands of all natural dog food. Very frou-frou. I'm sure there's blueberries in them. You'd be in luck. Who else in this game spends this much time arranging a stew? Yeah, I'm going to have this all figured out, and then 2 days later, they're going to release an update that lets you do all the sort of fine control in-game. Please be right. How does that look? The lawns too. That looks delicious, I think. This is my greatest enemy in this creative mode, is nighttime. Yeah, yeah. I think that looks good. Delish. Alright, I gotta move this box.
Man, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Oh, perfect. Right on the table. Bake a pie in your baking stream. Looking good. And this I can just quickly move in and out after I light it. Well, I think you're halfway there. You've got the cameras. Good. There's just that one mushroom that hangs over the edge, but you're never going to see that from the angle. See, but now peanut butter doesn't belong here, or the maple syrup. Hey, whatever, whatever fits your creative juices. All right. Maybe they need the saltines for their little stew. I do kind of regret not having another. I need another bowl. This green color would be perfect. Another bowl and spoons, really. I might actually have to go and grab them. Alright, so we got that. These rooms get so cluttered with stuff. I don't think I need this shelf, only because I don't know what I'd put on it. Either that or I could just get rid of this whole shelf, maybe. Yeah, I think I might just do that. That's a lot easier. If I can get everything onto the shelf. I'm going to have to do some arranging. I think I'm just going to get rid of this whole shelf. 'Cause I'd much rather have no shelf than a bunch of empty shelves, and I don't know what else to put on here. Ah. There's not enough room in this place. I don't want to break this down right away because you never know, I might change my mind. I mean, I could always craft another shelf to replace this one, but I don't know, I just don't like to fully commit until I've finalized it. Why won't you go on? intense focus. You don't see this kind of intense focus from anything in this game except hunting a cougar, hunting a bear, or rearranging cans of pork and beans on a little shelf. See, the can of gunpowder isn't really supposed to be a can of gunpowder. It just, it just looks like a camping storage container, so that's why I'm using it. Oh, that can is going, it's clipping. Shoot. Alright. Sorry, pork and beans. Come on. Why won't you go there? Your friend went there just fine. clips a little bit too. Darn. And these candy bars are floating. See, if I was watching, I'd be like, no one's going to see that detail at 1080p. I'll know. I'll know what's wrong. That's good enough for me. This is why it takes me a day or two to do these things. Come on. Even when I was doing this by myself, I knew I was going too much. Too detailed. floating. Oh, that's fine. Oh, it's kind of got a tilt to it too somehow. I would look at it and I would know. So I actually like this a little better than the shelf because it kind of makes sense that a shelf like this would keep food off the ground from animals, from critters. So it actually fits a little bit better. I do have a kind of an empty space right here that I'm not really sure what to do with. I got the stool. Because this chair will be where this one is, so we can forget about that. I mean, I could make another little cabinet or something to go there. I kind of imagine that this is where all their clothing is. I got a sweater on the top. But maybe another little storage shelf there. Let's see what options we got. Maybe one of these. That'd be too tall. This one is a little tall also. I don't know. Let me make this and see what it'll look like. 6-seater, 2 reclaimed. Of course I'm missing a seater. Why did that didn't make a sound? Got a very stealthy axe, apparently, or hatchet. She's still going? How's she doing? I was getting really nervous for her. She was almost dead for chasing that bear. And I know she doesn't like, backseating and things like that because she kind of she gets very mentally focused. And it kind of, I know she doesn't like it. That's kind of why I went to do something else because I knew if I stayed I would say something that would go too far. She did. Oh, good. She's probably staying up late because it's the weekend. I'm going to try, I mean, it's late for me too, but I'm going to try to go after this. I don't think it's too far off from being done. So I can get rested for the Minecraft stream tomorrow, or event. I probably won't stream, but I want to join to have some fun. I'm hoping the plan is that everybody's going to be hanging out in Discord the whole time. Having everybody in one voice channel would be pretty cool. And then you main streamers can, could even do the what is it called, stream together feature with Twitch, where it combines the chat channels. No light. My enemy. I'd ruin this whole setup if I move that table, though, wouldn't I? But I think that table needs to come back a little bit just to fill that space. Because I want to be able to see almost the whole table, but also see the dream catcher. That must be done. Oh no. Well, I don't know. I think it's there, though. I think I just need a little pile of wood. Nemesis, hello. How was your bear hunting? Hi, Savage. Well, it's not a run so much as a creative endeavor. I have come clean that I have a second Twitch channel, and I've been using it to kind of play around with the creative or the safe house customization and it's not running right now because I'm streaming on this channel, but I've been kind of going around and decorating various places around Great Bear, and then I put them to music, Christmas music, and been running that for the last couple of weeks. And this is going to be the last one that I set up. It's the idea behind this place is a thank you for the follows. The idea behind this place is it's kind of a hiking cabin.
It's dusk,
Yeah.
so I can't be far behind.
Isn't that TLD in a nutshell? So this is meant to be like a cabin that can only be reached by hikers out in, like, say, a national park or federal park. So the idea is that this is only things that can be hiked in, except for like the basic furnishings that are here. So I've had a lot of help. Filio had some great ideas. I wanted to make a essentially like a sterno stove or a camping stove, and so we've been working on that. That's once I get that lined up, it's going to be lit, and it actually looks really convincing once it's gone. And by showing off some techniques for manipulating objects in the game more than you can normally. Essentially, like, objects in safe house customization kind of become sticky with other objects. There's some rules, some things I'm still trying to figure out. But let's say, you wanted to place this this object next to this coffee cup. The game normally has kind of a hitbox area where you can't manipulate the object closer than a certain range, right? But since objects kind of become sticky with other objects, like this keyboard, you can put one next to the other, overlapping, and then you can use the hitbox of the keyboard to adjust this object so that it sits right up next to it. So as long as the keyboard is green colored, it means I could place, and I could even overlap. I can move it kind of very, very granular control. And then I let go, and then I pick up the keyboard, and there I've got a noisemaker right next to a coffee cup, where normally you couldn't put one. Giggity, what did I say? Oh no. Did I say something? Ugh, alright. So I've got that. Along with that is you can actually do some 3D manipulation. So what I have is basically three objects that are sticky to one another. This chair, and then this little box, and then finally the storm lantern. And by manipulating this, I can actually embed the storm lantern right into the table. And so doing it part way like that, you can kind of see it makes like a camping stove, which I think looks pretty cool. So I've been telling people that have been visiting that my greatest enemy is daylight, because it makes it very hard to do anything at night. So I'm going to sleep through and get to the next morning. So my philosophy behind this is I've been, like I said, it's a Yule log channel, so I've been going around and setting up places that have fireplaces, and just putting different themes together, trying to place these objects in unique ways. And I've gotten better. I've figured out a lot of this, this kind of sticky object manipulation stuff that I've been talking about. A lot of tricks. I've kind of got a tool set of a few items, like crates, keyboard, pillow. These all have kind of different thicknesses, and they stack on one another, so I can actually kind of combine their, not only their size but their thickness, and get some very fine control over them. Let me show you this shelf here, just by example. So I could put the Go energy drink right on top of this condensed milk, just by playing with that fine adjustment. And I can make this little stack of chocolate bars in the same way. So I've got one chocolate bar that's kind of sitting on top of a stack of two others. I've got these other ones sitting next to each other. So it kind of makes it just look a little more real. These are all sort of things that the developers can do. So when they're placing objects in the world, they have their tools can place these objects, very, very much where they want them to go. But for us out here, we gotta use some sticky, funky techniques to do that. The console commands. Unfortunately, I can't install the dev console mod on this. This game is on the Epic Game Store. It's not on Steam, and the dev console mod I think only works on the Steam version. But I mean, it's not bad. You just sleep through it. Sleep through, pass time, and get back to work. So what I do for the, once I've got it all set up, I kind of pick a particular vantage point and a camera position. Let me get to daylight here. So I pick a specific vantage point, and I design from that point. So there might be some flaws that you could see from another angle, but I'm only I'm working with a narrow visual range, so that it looks good. So let me clean up this mess. There's a lot of objects like these that you can use, but I found, like, this is just what I keep on hand. They kind of work well together, and I can stack them in different arrangements. To fit what I'm going for. I feel like I do. I think I figured a lot of this stuff out. It's neat once you get to it, and hopefully it'll give some people an idea. So my vantage point from this is I just kind of back myself in this corner and I look out this way. You remember this chair is not going to be there. I'm just using this to position the storm lantern under the table so that it makes it into the cooking stove. So this is kind of the angle that I'm shooting for. And what I'll do is I'll kind of lock in this vantage point and I'll shoot the scene with the fire lit during daylight and then at night and then during an aurora, because the aurora adds kind of a bloom effect to the fire. And also, sometimes in certain scenes you can see a window and you'll see color from the aurora streaming in, and it actually changes over time. And I've gone through a bunch of places on Great Bear Island. Pretty much any structure that has a fireplace, I've at least looked at or made into a scene. And I grab items from all over the place, transporting them all around. That's a whole mini game in itself. I know Games has already seen and a couple people, Delarafi and Filio, I've seen a few. But I can show you a little tour and maybe talk about some of the places that I've set up. I'll see if you in chat can guess where these places are before I reveal where they are. So here's one little cabin that I set up. This is about the fourth scene that I set up, and I was really just figuring out how this arrangement stuff works. I had planned to do this. I hadn't planned to do it quite to this extent, but I'd planned to do this and set up a YulelogTLD stream, because I think I kind of love like the Yule log stuff, fireplace, Christmas music. I just kind of like that. So, yep. This is Miner's Folly. It's the big house. There's like a smaller cabin, but then this is the big house up the hill. So I love the whole the Yule log thing, and I thought TLD, there's just something really nice about the aesthetic. So I was kind of planning to do this. Had a couple of locations in mind that I was going to set up with some objects, and good one, Thor. But then I gotta put that above. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow, Jeff. Yeah, this is a cool little house, I mean, obviously it had the chair already, so a big comfy chair is nice. So I give it a nice comfy footrest. Each one of these scenes, I come up with a story in my head for it and kind of design around that. This one, I kind of thought of this as like a winter custodian cottage, someplace who stays wherever this is, on Great Bear, maybe Miner's Folly, who stays there during like the off season. So they winter here, and they got their toolkits, anything necessary to fix whatever problem comes up. Keep things running on the off season. So that's where I came up with this. I put a little picture of, maybe where they live the rest of the year. But they're just kind of sitting here, staying relaxed, fixing what needs to fix. This is a really cozy one. I told them before, this is, if I were to stay anywhere, any of these locations, I'd probably pick this one because it's super cozy. And let me show you what it looks like with the aurora. Well, I'll show you the night first. Still cozy at night. And here's during the aurora. Like I said, during the aurora, I'm sure you all have noticed this. The campfires have this bloom effect during the aurora that isn't normally there. It just looks very, mystical. And I love this spot because on both the left and the right, you can see the aurora light coming through the windows. And that aurora light changes. It's very subtle, very slow over time. So I'll kind of skip ahead a little bit so you can kind of see the differences. You get a little bit of a blue, a little bit of teal, yellow, orange, kind of an intense fluorescent green. It just very subtly changes. Purple. So for this, this one in particular is about a 15-minute clip. And so what I have to do, is I kind of record long enough. These videos aren't, nothing about this is live. These are all video clips that are put on repeat. So I need to find a splice point for these. So auroras are particularly difficult when they have the lights because they do color change. And even if I took, a short 30 or 60-second clip, it would, you'd see the jump in color. So it'd be really noticeable. So for this one, it's basically a 15-minute clip. For the daylight and the night ones, it's not as difficult, although those have their own peculiarities because there are motes of dust by windows. There are the little embers that fly up from the fire. So I kind of have to clip, at a point where that's not obvious. Let's go back a day. So this was, like I said, about the third location that I set up, or my third attempt. This one is not too far away. It's also an ash canyon. See, it's a lot less set up like this. This is kind of what I had imagined when I first started doing this, or when I first had a plan to do the Yule log. This was one of the places I was thinking of, because you still got the cozy chair, you got the fireplace, you got some shelves. You can throw any kind of supplies on them. I had not really figured out all the the fine detail control yet. So my plans really kind of expanded when I wanted to do this Yule log thing from the beginning, but then they right at the time I was doing it, they released the safehouse customization, and that just kind of blew open the possibilities. And as I've been doing this over the last couple of weeks, I've kind of learned new techniques, and I've been able to combine the objects in interesting ways that make them look different than they do in the game. So maybe I can kind of invent new things by combining the existing ones. But this one, you can see the motes of light, or motes of dust over by the window on the left. That makes it, a little hard to clip, because you got to kind of find a point where it's not obvious where that jump is being made. Let me get you a new one here. This location should be really obvious, and this is actually the first one that I made. It's very basic. This should be a real easy one to guess where it is. So it's really about who's the fastest typer. Yeah, maybe next game update we'll have chemistry. Maybe we'll have Minecraft level of crafting. Oh, I have tried some things to make candles and other lighting. There's not a lot you can do though with it. Yeah, candles would be great. I'll show you in one of the houses my attempt at a candle, and you can tell me if I came even close. So this is in Mountain Town. Nobody's going to guess. So this is grandmother's house, of course. I left her rocking chair right where it is, just fixed it up, and was kind of imagining that this was happier times, with her and her daughter and her husband. Making it look a little nicer. But then I really started, getting into the new techniques that I've been using. So I went back and redid this one, and this is how it turned out. Also, it's also a matter of discovering these new decorations around and bringing them to the right locations for them to make a fun scene. So this one's most about collecting. I've found this picture of a hiker or climber. Figured that was her daughter. Reminiscent of her daughter. Maybe it was her maybe it was grandmother when she's younger, and her daughter is now, now a climber also. So, and as you can see from the books on the coffee table, this is where I kind of first figured out, how to do this stacking technique. And this is a good one to show off the aurora. You can kind of see the color changing in the background. This one I got a great red on. Usually it's the red, it seems to be one of the rarest colors. But I got a great one, and I got this nice intense blue. Yeah, I really like this one. The bowl, that bowl on the right hand. Let me go back to the daylight. It's a little easier to see. That one, I just kind of imagined it was a bowl of potpourri. I like I said, I just figured out this stuff. And I was like, oh, I can put, these objects together. So that's just some prepared rose hips, and put them in a bowl, and then put a plate underneath it. if I were to go back and revisit this one, I know there's a few things I would fix up. I'd make that potpourri a little more obvious. I know how to better control the height, more granular control of the height of these combined objects, so I can make it a little more visible what it is, and I could mix in, maybe some prepared birch bark, because that has a nice little shredded effect to it. So I could make that look a little bit better. But fun family place. I'm sure this should be a very familiar location to a lot of people too. This one, you can kind of see where I've started expanding my methods of combining things. You've got kind of some sort of a soup. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Maybe a dumpling soup or something like that on the table. This steaming effect is actually, you can do this permanently if you take the pot off of the cooking slot and drag it directly. It stays steaming. And I've done that with this last location, except I did with rose tea. So I've got a red liquid. And then there's a little centerpiece on the table that's behind the couch. That's more what I would go for in the Grey Mothers if I were to revisit it. That is some rose hips, just some individual rose hips, and some birch bark that's prepared, so you get that shredded effect. And then what's underneath that is just like some lace. It just felt like a collection of natural objects. That's some that the homemaker would put together, things that they found around their house, and just kind of make an interesting looking centerpiece. And this is also the first one that I did that I wanted to do one with like a desk, and putting a desk with a fireplace is, it's harder in a smaller room, so I needed a big room to do it, and I figured this might be a place where somebody might do remote work. The chair I wasn't really happy with, but I've found a new chair, kind of a unique office chair that I'm actually gonna hike from Blackrock down to here, but it's it's like a 5-kilogram chair, and I'm gonna hike it down there after I'm done with this current site. I also have a different lamp that I think would look better than that extendable arm lamp. So like I said, a lot of this is just kind of combining these decorations from all these different places and putting them where they fit. Let me show you the other major location in Pleasant Valley with a fireplace. It's the old community hall. Filioka said this is Father Thomas, bringing his congregation together for an event, and I totally agree. I think of this as like a Christmas sing-along, and maybe a potluck dinner. There's some drinks. There's some cookies on the table on the far right side, which are really just kind of they're prepared burdock, but the prepared burdock is kind of in little slices that I think look like cookies. And then, yeah, some sodas. There's tea. There's coffee. Whatever you want to drink, it's right there. You just walk up and get it. The Christmas, I had a different version of this made before they released the Christmas lights. So I as soon as I heard about them, I went back here and I hung the Christmas lights exist in this location in the game. That's one of the places you can get them. And so I went back there and I just rearranged them a little bit and hung them up. And they look great in the Aurora shot, which I will load up while I talk about the chairs. So these folding chairs, this location has only about 3 of these folding chairs that are actually set up in a seated position. A lot of them there's a ton of them that are folded up, and you can kind of see a stack of the extra chairs behind the table over by the posters, the colored posters. Obviously they're going to have some extra folding chairs, right? Because they don't know how many people to expect. So there's a few extra ones set up there. But the location here doesn't have many unfolded chairs or set up chairs. So I have gone around and collected all of these extra ones for this shot. They're spread around. Like there's some in Blackrock, there's some in Bleak Inlet, there's some in I think I got one from the dam if I remember right. But basically every time I found one, I would grab it and hike it, have it make its way towards here. I might not hike it here directly, but it would make its way here, and I would expand this collection. And I actually found 2 more today that I'm going to hike back after I'm done with the setting that I'm currently working on. Because I just want them there. Because I feel like you could do a bunch of things. Like you could do, set up maybe a play or, some other thing with all these cool folding chairs. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe Phileogus. It's really fun to kind of see what the limitations you have just as a player, I mean, modding kind of feels like it's a cheat, but just the fact that you could do this right now, you don't need any special skills. You just need to have the determination to go collect all these objects wherever they sit in the world and hike them back to wherever they fit in your vision. This one I definitely have to show with the Aurora. There you go. So yeah, obviously my concept here was that this was like a community sing-along event, probably something they do every year. This is, there's a microphone on the stool there, or the closest thing I could find that looks like a microphone. That's the right size. Between that, it was between the marine flare or the regular flare, and they both look about the right size for a microphone. So yeah, and then the Aurora lights really make it, coming through the windows, really make it look like Christmas because they're constantly shifting. Where else can we go? This one. I mean, it's called the Hunter's Lodge for a reason, and I couldn't see it decorated as anything but a hunting lodge. This is in Broken Railroad. This is where you get the spear in the Wintermute story. And it's one of the few places that fits that big ass bear rug. And that thing does not fit very well in any smaller locations, really. Not only is its hitbox just really large, but it demands a big space. I actually crafted this for a different location, not knowing that the finished bear rug object is 12 kilograms. Way more than just the bear hide and the deer hide that it takes to make it. And it did not fit in where I wanted to put it initially, which was I was gonna do this at Grey Mother's house. I had a completely different concept for Grey Mother's house to use it with the bear rug, because it was, another big room to work with, and it just did not fit. I literally couldn't set it down and get it in frame in any way that looked somewhat natural. So yeah, if you ever make this bear rug, it's massive. So yeah, this is a full out hunting lodge. No apologies. You can see I used the furniture workbench in the background as like his meat preparation table. He's got a bunny there with some guts and a little slice of rabbit meat. I'm sure that's just a light snack for him. Now I'll show you kind of what I tried to make this work. I feel like this is kind of a miss. I'm disappointed with it, mostly because I made this whole scene and I never once had occasion to light the fireplace. The only time I did any cooking, I cooked it outside. So I'd never lit the fireplace. And if I had, I would have completely changed locations, because it doesn't work. Not in my mind. I'm kind of a perfectionist. Because in this location, which is in Bleak Inlet, the fireplace isn't really a fireplace, it's a fire pit. It's called a rim grill. It's kind of it's embedded in the ground, but the problem with it is that the smoke doesn't confine itself to the chimney, and so it looks like the house is burning basically to me. But my concept for this was this is a just like the hunting lodge was just a pure big game hunter. This is a fisherman. This guy lives off the sea, and so he's got a little preparation table there where he's cleaning some fish. He's got a box just below it of all of his fresh catch. He's got his equipment, fish theme rugged. Every fish mount that I could get practically. There are some rare ones that I just did not have the time to fish up, but if I ever get them, I will bring them here and put them on the walls. But yeah, I'm super disappointed with the smoke on this one. I put a picture in front to make it kind of look like there's steam, but unfortunately it doesn't really work. I'm probably my own worst critic on that, though. This location also has a big break in the roof, so these motes of dust or snow, maybe probably snow, because there's a big snow pile on the ground. They made it really hard for filming also. This next place is the non-broken lookout in Mystery Lake, and this one I just imagined it as being its stated purpose. Like this is a lookout that's staffed, by a couple people. They've got their basic supplies. They're watching for fires or any other kind of trouble, and they got their rifle for protection from the wildlife that was here before the quiet apocalypse. That radio that's on the table in the center, I had to truck that from, I think that's in Bleak Inlet, if I remember right, but I felt like this, it's a lookout tower, they needed a radio. I'm really happy with the bucket of coal next to the stove. This is where I kind of I've gotten the control of the objects down pretty well, and so I can make a pretty convincing bucket of coal. There's also a crate on the left-hand side under the first aid kit that's kind of a collection of staples. I imagine that's what they bring up here for their shift. They just carry a crate of their food for the couple of days that they're up here or whatever. And that's my tour. I have one more. I have this last location. It's in Blackrock. It's like I said. It's it's meant to be a hiker's cabin, and I think I'm pretty much done. I just gotta do a couple things. The neat thing about this is that this the storm lantern is going to be underneath the table partially, so that it looks like a cooking stove. And this was a great idea by Philiokas. I'd been kind of struggling with how to make this vision happen. I really wanted like this cooking stove thing, like a backpacker wouldn't have a full setup. They would just have like a little folding cooking stove. And he came up with the great idea of pushing the storm lantern vertically down so that you only saw this little bit. So I'll be able to light this and it will look like it's just cooking. And I think I'm mostly done with this. I'd kind of thought of this as like that this was either a couple or maybe a pair of friends that are up here hiking or enjoying nature together. So they brought their air, one brought an air mattress, the other's just got a simple bedroll, and this is where they hang out when they're not enjoying the wildlife or the parks. Maybe doing mountain climbing. So yeah, I think I'm pretty well set on this one. I just gotta do the final touches. Try to get this out of the way. This location, when you come here normally, it's actually one of the best locations to come if you're ever in Blackrock, especially if you spawn here. But this chair, this shelf is kind of on the ground, thrown down. This cabinet's there, but that's about it. The mattress is there. It's a very sparse location, so it needed all this furniture made. And I don't like breaking down furniture until I'm absolutely sure that I've got my final thing done, because you can't recreate this. So like if this shelf isn't here, it's not like you can take one from somewhere else and bring it. So destroying it means it's really gone. Same with the chair and all that. So I try not to break anything down until I'm absolutely sure. But that does make it for very tight quarters, especially with these, with the furniture workbench. I might just have to break this down. I can always rebuild it, but I just don't want it. If I can get it to fit off screen somewhere. Yeah. So that's not in the shot, but that it's still here in case I need to change something later. See if that's outside the shot. Yep, that'll be perfect. And if anybody has any ideas on something that I might be missing, I'm not averse to going and making a trip to find something new to put in here, but it's gotta be worth it. One thing I would love to have a second bowl and one of the wooden spoons that you can find in some places, but I'm not going to stress too much about it. It's such a long distance to get such a small thing. But I think this is pretty well set up. I think I might just get this rolling and there is a good reason why I haven't been streaming these building sessions. It's not really the most compelling gameplay to watch. And I've already shown you my little secrets as far as, things that you can do to manipulate the objects into position. If you need like a short list of objects to carry around with you if you're going to ever do this, a simple box, a crate, a keyboard, and this calendar are excellent. Pretty much with this combination, I've been able to get kind of anything else that I need where I'm building. These cups are everywhere. So if you need to do like a 3D effect, maybe you need this object to sit a little higher, you can put that on top. And then you grab the cup and can move this around. And you can kind of combine these. The box bottom and the sides have individual heights that you can use. This has two different heights. There's the raised part here on the calendar and the lower part. The keyboard is a nice flat thin object that you can use for manipulation. And then, once you get something to the right height you can take out one thing. I can't quite get that to be sticky. All right. But usually with some combination, as long as it's intersecting with the hitbox, there we go. Of whatever your object you're using to transport the other one. So as long as the storm lantern is in the hitbox of the crate, when you grab it, it becomes sticky, and then you can move the crate and use the crate's hitbox to place the object. And so you get a lot of fine control with that. Then when it's in the right place, you just take it, and there you go. It's floating, or wherever you want it to go. Take some experimentation, for you to figure out what combination of things to get the right heights. I'm before the raid, the people that were in here will attest that I'm very pedantic on my arrangement skills. I wanted this to just sit right on top of the milk without a gap, because I would know the gaps there even if you can't see it at a distance at 1080p. I would know it's there. Oh, the one thing I'll mention about this is books in this game. Normally when you're collecting books, they just kind of all come out the same. So, do I have any in here? I don't have any other books here with me. But when you're picking up books, you know that the books are in the game. You know, they're all different colors. Some can be lying open. They might be standing up on end. But once you take them into your inventory, they kind of all combine into one generic book, which is kind of a blue book that just kind of lays flat when you drop it. But if you very carefully pick up and aren't carrying any other books and pick up one that's in a special arrangement like this one that's open, it'll keep that. This doesn't always work. It's very touchy, but it'll keep that. So I brought this from Blackrock where it was lying open, and then I dropped it here, and because I wasn't carrying any other books, it stayed open. And then I could use it in the scene as it is. And here you can see the stew that we came up with. This is just a combination of prepared reishi, prepared rose hips. You can see that whoever's preparing this is getting another batch ready. And then the pot is just like the boiling water from the other scene. You just take it directly from where it's cooking over here. And we found that with the we did this with we're cooking prepared rose hips to make that red color. And I kind of think this looks like a cherry tomatoes instead of rose hips. They look like cherry tomatoes to me. So this is probably some wild tomatoes that they've picked on this hiking trip, and they're just cooking them up with whatever else they found. I think it looks pretty darn good. And what we found with the prepared items is that for it to work where you keep the steam coming off it, you have to actually collect it off the stove while it's not ready. So if you wait for it to be completely cooked, it doesn't work, because the cooked item just goes into your inventory. Whereas if the one that's in process gets pulled out and left there steaming. Just one sec. Doing all that talking, nobody reminded me to hydrate. I think this is done. I'll probably notice something after I'm done recording, but I think it looks good. interesting. Why are we getting shadows now? We were testing earlier. The storm lantern light was really overpowering. It was brighter than even the fireplace, and I didn't really like that, so I turned off shadows. Now they're back. But it was working when we were on low. Yeah, there we go. There we get more of like a subtle shadow. That's what seemed to work better. What I find odd is that this is the rustic chair and the rustic table that you can make on the furniture bench, but the chairs don't slide underneath the table. You have to set them a little further back than looks natural. But it is what it is. Alright, I'm just going to make a couple setting changes here. And while I'm recording, my microphone will be muted. Oh, games, go get a full sleep if you need. Alright, I'm going to mute for about a minute or two while I do this recording. Alright, thank you for waiting. Poor cookies. Trying to do this without disrupting any other objects. But in order to get this in there and lit without it running out of fuel, I need to take it out and put it back. Nowhere near. Darn it. Gotta be some way for me to get this in from this side. That's what she said. Say it before you can type it. Nope. See what's happened here is I've accidentally picked up the knife and the other item here. That's unfortunate. find a newer approach to this. It was easier putting this in from the other side, but I don't want to move that chair because it will look different. Darn it. Ugh. Alright. So what I'm doing here is I'm just restoring to the last save point, which is before I entered safehouse customization mode. Is one of the tedious parts of this is just kind of, this is actually kind of a new wrinkle, this storm lantern being lit really kind of throws a wrinkle. Most of the other scenes, all I have to worry about is the fireplace, but this being lit is, I think, a really cool part of this scene. Dang it. That is still picking up those items. Yeah, I can't do it from this side. I gotta find something new. Welcome back. We're still not done. Had a bunch of people come in, so I did my little slideshow that you saw before. So you didn't miss much. Kind of back to where we were before. I'm gonna wrap this up and I get to sleep and wake up in time for our Minecraft event. I don't have a Discord link set up, so if somebody wants to post the Discord, there's a Discord that is shared among several TLD streamers. It's kind of a central place because we kind of all watch and follow each other. And this weekend, tomorrow, we have an event that I believe is open to anybody. And it's in Minecraft, someplace where we can all get together. And even if you can't play with us, then you can listen in. We should have a lot of people streaming. I think there are plans to do a stream together. So, lots of ways to enjoy it, even if you're not playing. But if somebody could post a link to the Discord, and I will try to remember to get that set up for myself. Alright, this is really frustrating. One of the limitations here is with this chair, I can't, it's not something that you can take with you, so I can't just remove it from the scene. I actually have to move it in and then move it back out. And unfortunately it keeps picking up these decorations here. Thanks for linking that, the Discord games. What are you doing? Get out of here. Timberwolf is really late for the party. Oh no, he brought friends. Go away. You're ruining my shot. I hear you out there. Just die. Games, these Timberwolves won't leave me alone, even in pacifist mode. You're ruining my Aurora shot. Go away. Can't have you whimpering in the background. Alright, is this all set? Except for the whimpering dogs. I guess I just wait for them to die. There's one. Alright, last arrow. It's for the money. Oh, there's one over there too. I know I've shot him. I don't know if I've shot that one yet. This is a new wrinkle. Yes, you run. Oh. This is comedy. I think I have 5 bullets. Why can't I reload? Oh, I can't reload in safehouse. Just pretend. Bang. Bang, you're dead. Bang. There's not an audio control for them individually, is there? No. Alright, I'm gonna have to reload just to kill them. Can't have them whimpering into my recording. Go away. I'm really mad because I missed an aurora. Might have to wait out for one. Alright, apologies again. I have to mute just while I take this little shot. Should be just about a minute. Thank you for your patience. Now we go on the hunt for a Aurora night. So what I do for this, just to speed up getting an Aurora, is I do a save point. I've got the fireplace loaded for the whole night. And then I just pass time. And I stop it short of, basically whenever you pass time, if whatever time you set is, let's say, an hour, if you set an hour past time and you let it fully complete, the game will do a save right at the end of that. But if you stop it partway through, it doesn't do a save. So I'm basically just going to pass the night. I hear the wolves again. Hoping that an Aurora triggers. And if it doesn't trigger by morning, I will quit the game, reload, and just repeat this until I get an Aurora. Might be a rough night to do it if it's just going to be blizzards. I might have to let day pass and get to a fresh night, because it might be that the weather won't change enough for it to clear up. You can only get an Aurora on a clear night. So So for me to get an aurora on this would be not to hit the wrong button and quit out of the game completely. But for me to get an aurora on this, I would have to, the weather would have to stop snowing, get clear, and then you get the random chance for an aurora if it's a clear night. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna reload. I'm gonna go chop some wood and get ready and try to do this on another night. Sleep through the day. That way I have the full night to be awake after I get done chopping wood. Maybe kill a few wolves while I'm out here. Hey, let me just say it's been kind of fun sharing my little side project with everybody that's listened in. Wasn't meant to be a big secret, but it was just kind of something that I was having fun with, and you know, I definitely didn't want to stream it. It's super boring to watch stream. But being able to share it and have you guys see kind of what the process has been, and maybe you'll take some of these ideas and go off and be creative, make something cool, and show me. Here, doggy, doggy, doggy. shoot you in the face. Problem is with Pilgrim mode, they can still sense you from as far as they could in other modes. They're just completely skittish, so as soon as they sense you, they run off. Which makes it very hard to kill them. That's a shot. Get out of here. Especially with a bow, you know, to kill them with a bow, you pretty much have to be crouched and get close to them. But you need high enough level to be able to shoot while crouched. I'll sleep next to this cozy fire. Is that the one I shot? Can't be still alive. Is there not a separate Timberwolf stat? I've never looked for it before. They just count as wolves. 10 right now. Poor bunny. Pick on someone your own size. Terrible shot. Leg shot. It's gonna take forever to die. But he will die. Come on, Aurora. Finally. See if I can miss it by messing up my lantern placement again. At least there's no wolves. Close enough. Nope. Screw it, I'm not going back here. This is my last... Oh, I did that thing. Alright, I have to quit. Oh boy. I didn't save during the Aurora. Nope. Play mistakes in creative mode. Saving. Alright, apologies, I have to mute. I wasn't talking really, but I gotta mute for a minute. Alright, it is done. Just going to leave these items here in case I ever need to come back, so I remember what I needed to do. Alright, and those can stay in this pristine condition until I come back after realizing that something is drastically wrong. But I'm sure that won't happen. No, that's not going to happen. Yeah, I'm sure it's perfect. It's going to be fine. You know. Yeah, I got to go through all this stuff because I know some of this I wanted to definitely take with me, like the dog food.
This pack is getting kind of heavy. Yeah, I definitely have to lighten my load because I've got another 13 kilograms that I need to carry with me. Carrying 3 chairs back. Those are big. All right, let's be logical here. I can leave that. I can leave one of these. I can leave this. All right. I'm sorry, folks. I gotta step away for just a minute. Oh, there's no way I'm leaving those dog food with me. Or leave them here. No, no, no. They gotta come with me. I won't be happy until I've collected every dog food in this game. Thank you. Am I forgetting anything I really need? Nope. So I'm at 43 plus 13. Yeah, I can manage 56. It'll be a little bit of a slow walk. Oh, I could have dropped this gun. I don't need this gun. That's 1.5 kilograms. I don't even have bullets for this gun. Listen to those crows pecking at that annoying timber wolf. It's a very satisfying sound. Yes, gun can stay. Guns I got. I could open a gun shop. See, and there I gave myself another idea. Where could I design a gun shop in this place? Probably do it in the convenience store in Pleasant Valley. That'd probably make a good gun shop. It's got those nice shelves right around the counter. Not a lot of variety. Handgun, rifle, handgun, rifle. Handgun ammo, rifle ammo. Alright, so if you ever need to get to and from Bricklayer's Retreat, this is, I'm going towards the exit to Blackrock, so you just follow this little road to the left out of Bricklayer's. And if you ever need to know how to get back there, like I said, it's a very important location if you're ever in Blackrock. These roads here can be kind of tricky because they kind of weave in and out. So a lot of the direct paths are, you don't want to stay on the road because it'll just take you a very long way to get where you're going. Oh, I forgot about these other things. Look at this. I have a cafeteria sign and a library sign. One of these, I'm gonna have to make a clip. I wasn't streaming when I did it, but getting this library sign from the prison is actually kind of tricky. I'll have to make a clip of it. Maybe post it on Reddit or something, because I think it's a cool sign. So, and then this is the lamp that I'm gonna change for that one at the farmstead. And this is the office chair that I found. And of course, 2 more folding chairs to take to the community hall.
I can barely walk with this much
56. Yep. Oh, it's a little slow. I gotta get under 55. No, anything I leave, I would need I'd come back for. I don't want to make a second trip. Yeah, we'll just huff it. I could actually end the stream anytime. This is really just a walk back. But maybe you're interested to see how Timberwolf Mountain connects with Blackrock. You got these 2 rose climbs. Again, Bricklayers is down the rose climbs, follow the road to the right, and it'll take you there. This is pretty slow. This ledge is a great place to hide from the wolves too. If you ever encounter the wolves, I almost came here. I don't know if games you remember. This is the trailer that I ran into with the first gigantic pack of wolves. They were like on my heels the whole way, and I made it to that trailer. But this rose climb is another good place to come, because you get on top of that rose climb, they can't get to you, but they'll run up right underneath, and you can actually just pick them off one by one. And if you want a shortcut to Bricklayers, if you're coming from Timberwolf Mountain through this this cave, you can actually go down this direction, and then again you just go to the right, and you're almost right there at Bricklayers.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Oh, you're going to be carrying it. You will be carrying it. So what's everybody's plans in Minecraft today? For me, I pretty much plan just to kind of be a helper. I don't have anything specific really that I'm thinking of doing. But I really like setting up. I like setting up like farms, and not like crop farms, although like, you know, getting villagers to do your dirty work is pretty fun. But I mean like mechanical farms, so using the mechanics of the game. What's this? Peaches. Take this go drink. I think I can drop a couple flares here. I'll drop them. That one too. Okay. I know a little bit of redstone in Minecraft. Yeah, I don't know anything to make a supercomputer or anything like crazy people do, but I know kind of how to set it up. Do some basic circuits.
getting too heavy to carry.
Leaving the storm lantern just so I have something to get through that mine, or that cave rather. I don't think I'm going to be going back to Blackrock anytime soon, but I plan to keep this run just to do any other kind of creative things that I might think of. And there's a lot of interesting offices and stuff at Blackrock. There's also a lot of unique decorations there too. I think I've cleared most of them out. I've schlepped a bunch of them back to my main areas. Been a while since I goated down here. I'm not entirely sure I remember which way to go. But there's a rope climb otherwise. And I don't want to make that climb multiple times. Yep, this is fine. There's the rope right there. Always check frozen rivers. Every once in a while you'll find a piece of coal. Frozen river leads down to Mountaineer's Hut and Crystal Lake. This is the path I usually take to get to Blackrock. You can go via Pleasant Valley. Kind of out the other side of Pleasant Valley towards the farmstead. There's two connectors, one called Keeper's Path South and one Keeper's Path North. But it's a long haul, and you don't come out in a very good place in Blackrock. You're pretty far from the prison. You're pretty far from any other sort of shelter. It's just it can be scary. It can be a lot of wolves there where you come out. There's very, very few options, places to go. This one, you exit that cave and you're up on the cliff side where wolves can't get you, and you can kind of scout the area before you go down the goat or the rose climbs. And it just feels like a shorter path. And the way to get to Bricklayers, and then you can go to the trailer. You know, there's kind of stopping points to get to the prison. It was much safer. I'm gonna stop by Mountaineer's Hut, see what I can drop off. Oddly enough, I just couldn't find much inspiration to decorate Mountaineer's Hut. It's got the 2 beds. It's very cramped. I mean, you could destroy everything and start fresh, but it's got basically the same layout as Bricklayers that I just designed, and I couldn't really think of a second idea. Mountaineer's Hut's much more practical to me, I think. This is like a place where you'd come to, for good long stretches of survival. But I just couldn't find inspiration. I did think about doing just an open air campfire for the Yuletide thing. I keep saying Yuletide, Yule log channel. And this is, kind of one place I was thinking of setting it up. I didn't really fully scout out areas. In my view, like a campfire, while there's not a lot, you can't do a lot of decorating, right? So, you'd have to just kind of drop some items and kind of arrange them as you normally would. You can't do the safehouse customization tricks. My original thought was just to kind of come down here from Mountaineer's Hut. You can actually see right in the center, that's the tail section of the plane crash. So when you talk about when you hear people talk about summiting, that's where they're going, is they're going to the summit for that the loot that's up there in that plane crash. And so I was thinking about doing just like a campfire setup, maybe on this hill. I really should drop what I'm carrying. There we go, that's a lot lighter. So, I was thinking like right here, just a campfire with a little bit of the lake, the dock, and the plane crash. And I thought it would look pretty cool, especially when there's an aurora, because it's just the sky is just filled with the aurora. You get some lights that come on at the plane. But it just didn't feel like a Yule log setup. It'd be beautiful. It'd be, you could make it really nice looking, but it just didn't feel like what I was going for.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
You can see I did do some original or some initial rearranging. I kind of got the same idea of that same poster. That one is the same one that I had at Bricklayers, but I just couldn't make it work in this space. I didn't want to get rid of the workbench. That's kind of a key feature of this place. It's normally on this side, and then the beds are over here. And so once I had the the limitation that I wanted to keep the workbench, that I didn't really want to get rid of these beds, I kind of pushed them together to make more of like a single, shared bed, a double bed maybe. But once I had that, I just lost inspiration. I just decided to move everything over to Bricklayers and do my idea there. Just didn't work out. Alright, do I have any junk here that I need to keep? Of course, some dog food to go home.
This much gear.
You can see by the water bottles how long I stayed here. Anything I want to drop here, I can drop that. Drop some medicine. Nice thing about Pilgrim is you really don't have to worry about heat, so you don't need to walk around fully clothed. You can basically just wear the most efficient clothing, and you're going to be fine. You don't need to wear things in every slot. Nope, it's all coming with me. Heavy. Be gone, dogs. I think I'm just going to get down to the farmstead, put my new office chair in place, my new lamp, and then line the string then. It has been super fun. I don't know how I took 6 hours tonight putting the quote-unquote final touches on a room that I'd pretty much almost finished by the time I started the stream. Obsession. Can show you how to get down and avoid this, go down, avoid this, this rope climb to get down to Pleasant Valley. For when you're loaded down with loot from the summit plane. Or a bunch of moose meat, or whatever.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Quiet mule. You'll carry what I tell you to carry. The irony is I haven't even gone to the summit on this run yet. There could be so many cans of dog food still up there. So there's the rope climb. If you want to come over here, you want to crouch on this ledge, not walk off it. Come on, there you go. Get in this crevice. And then you just kind of weave in and out. Oops. Don't do that. I'm just showing you what not to do. So much loot.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
This is my rearrangement of this bunker. Put all the trash in the back, all the good stuff up front.
I'm going to sleep because my fatigue's below 50%, so I don't want to be any slower than I have to be.
Walk with this much gear.
It's unfortunate that it's snowing because snow makes your clothes wet, and wet clothes actually weigh more. So this is just going to weigh me down the longer I spend in it. So I might make another stop just so I'm not walking in this snow. Testing the limits of my patience even. I hate being this slow. But I don't want to make 2 trips. I don't know if you've ever played on lower difficulty, but on lower difficulties there's so many more suitcases to loot up here at the plane crash. And you can find airline food, like trays of food. Veggie or chicken. Ugh, walking right into the wind.
cave right here. Step in there and pass some time until the snow ends. See how wet my clothes are. Not super wet. It's weird how in this game you can eat, 2 kilograms of meat and drink half a kilogram of water, and you don't weigh anymore. If only it worked that way in real life. You could eat all the cheesecake. Sorry if my mouse is a little extra shaky here. I'm just kind of standing up to stretch, and I don't have a standing desk. These trees look like monsters coming out of the fog. Get a little peek behind the scenes. All the random furniture just kind of thrown around, so it's not in the picture. But this is my Pleasant Valley farmstead scene. Soup is still piping hot. And here's this ugly chair that gets to go live somewhere else for this much, much better chair. Much more comfy. And then this awesome desk lamp. I don't know. Now that it's here, it's a little big. It's less modern. It's not so modern. Like, this is a laptop, so I think the modern lamp is actually better. Yeah. I think I'll leave it, but that chair is a winner. Much better. Ties together the whole room. This is my favorite stack of books that I've made. All different ones, different colors. Love it. I really hope someday they give us the ability to put the books vertical. But till then, gotta stack them. So many decorations. Some of them from here, some of them dragged from other places. that's where I'm going to end it. Let me see who's online, see if there's somebody to raid. Let me do some shout outs. The first one is to the channel that all this is creative stuff has been put into. It's just a silly Yule log stream with some basic Christmas music and some scenes from TLD. You know, maybe put it on the background. If somebody asks about it, tell them about the game you play. Maybe it'll make a conversation. Maybe we'll get some more people into the game. Shout out Games and Cookies, who's been here more or less through the whole stream tonight. I know she had some sleep to catch up on, and I do not blame her at all. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now, so I can be ready to play some Minecraft in a bit. But she is hilarious. She's very chatty, and she's a good sport. This is Nemesis Darlin. She's hunting bears recently, an interloper. She's really fun to listen to also. Another good sport. Takes a little bit of ribbing. This is Nune. I think he's still on a misery run. He's really stressed about a bug in misery right now that is preventing health regeneration, passive health regeneration when all your conditions are met. It's supposed to work until the final stage of misery, and it's not working as intended right now. But I'm guessing Hinterland is already on their holiday break, so just adds a little level to misery that you don't normally have to deal with. And here's a link to the Frostbound Discord. This is a Discord made by a few TLD streamers that kind of follow and watch each other. It's just a Discord that we can kind of follow what they're doing and post memes, things like that. It's a good community. If you're into the TLD scene here on Twitch, you're free to join. Let me actually hit enter so you can see the link. free to join. Later today, in, what would it be, about 6 hours, as many as possible are going to join in and play Minecraft. Take a little departure from the TLD play here and just do something that a bunch of us can do multiplayer together, since TLD is such a lonely game by itself. And I'm sure lots of them will be streaming. I won't be streaming, but I'll be playing. So you might see me bouncing around, helping out where I can. And until then, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed what you saw. Hope you can get some ideas, maybe some creative ideas for what you can do. You know, remake this room in whatever your vision is. Maybe put that bear rug in here. It doesn't fit very well, but maybe you can make it work, and I'd love to see you. So it's been fun. I'm going to see who's playing and raid out. I'm going to raid out to Thorgrim. Let me give him a shout out in here before we go. He's another member of the Frostbound Discord. Very fun to watch. All right, thank you everybody, and we're going to go see Thorgrim.